Alright, stream settings. Yep, that's all fine. Okay. Bleh, 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 bleh. So it's a super long duration poison and snare, but it also is supposed to randomize between everyone in the area. So um, I do want the bosses to actually feel like bosses, and because they do have a lower spawn rate. So when they spawn, I want them to feel interesting. All right, that's good enough for that boss. Perfectly fine with that. Boss is basically minions at this stage are just going to have one attack pretty much, and then bosses are going to have an additional attack with better loot. And so we'll probably give them more than one attack in in the future. But for now, we're just doing some pretty basic stuff here. So now we're going to go to the we're going to make some loot. So I'm going to make this. I'm going to have a. So it'll technically be a 0-1 dagger. We're going to start with daggers. Duplicate. We'll call it Fang of Veragus. Yeah. I'm going to revamp these later, but that's fine. Loot stacks is can't stack. It's going to be Fang of Veragus. Fang of a formidable spider. It's formidable. Formidable. How do you spell that? Formidable. There's no interact. I don't think. Loot. Let's get a dagger. Let's go all the way up to MP dagger texture. What if is there a fang? No. Tooth? No. Dagger. Which one looks cooler? That one looks kind of cool. What's that looks interesting, but at the same time not like super epic. I want it to be like this insane quality thing. Yeah, these are like a lot of basic weapons I've used already. So let's just use that. Okay. That's there. I don't think I just messed up anything else. Okay. We have the loot appearance. Loot animation is just instant. That's fine. Quest no. Equipment. So it's a main hand item. Class we're going to set to rogue. Required level nothing. Required value nothing. Stat changes. Power we're going to put it to like 6. And then We're going to give it a proc, I think. Actions to change. No. Passive actions to add. So let's make a passive. Let's see if this works. Passive. Data table. Action passive on hit. My action. I'm going to put this in. Where should I store these? Procs. I'll just put it with the dagger. Copy here. Passive. I'll call it a proc. That's what we'll do. Proc. Fang of Vargas. So we have the weapon. I'm going to take the T1 out of this. Fang of Vargas. I guess I could probably put dagger in the name. Because that is a category. Weapon. Oh, I do have that in the... I don't really need to do that because... at least not for now. We have weapon in the folder. We have dagger in the folder. Let's just try that. So Fang of Vargas, proc Fang of Vargas. And so let's get this going. And it's just going to proc a... I think I can leave all of this as is. This is going to be poison impact. And then the stat change is now what we need. Stat change, we can use that as a base. Stat change, proc. Fang of Vargas. And this is going to be, we're going to do basically the boss is poison, but we're going to have it at like a 10-second proc. 10-second duration, I guess. And this is Fang Vegas. I'll just call it proc, whatever. And then back to datum. Okay, adds the passive. And then we go to the proc. We're going to do a activate chance. We'll do like a 20%. It's like for rogues, so they hit quite a bit. So we're going to put it low and just test that. And then we now need a loot table as well. Loot table. Loot table. Vargas. And these are 100%, so we're going to do Yeah, we'll keep that. And then we'll add one more for their special loot, which will be Bag of Argus. Drop chance, we'll say like 10% or something. Well, I'm going to test it for right now because actually I don't need to test that. Just do one. Just 10% chance to drop. Or maybe like, because it's like, we might modify things later. But back to the AI. Go to the loot table or loot thing. Loot. Loot table. And we're going to do Vargas for both of those. And then I will also test. I can't kill it yet, so let's just make sure the thing's there. I don't know why that's up there. What is this? Why is it increased in size? I don't understand why it's increased in size. It's so weird. Alright, back to PlayFab. Let's just, I want to test the proc first. So I'm going to set myself to a rogue. Alright, look at that. Fang of Aragus. We equip it, and now we have a actual passive. Let's see, but I just might be getting really bad RNG, but oh wait, did I set the actual okay, so Fang of Veragus, proc, Fang of Veragus. Okay, there it is. And then stat change, Fang of Veragus. I know there's lots of data tables. There's always so much data in games. It's nuts. Oh, did I not set it to? Alright, proc. Okay, so stat change needs to be 0. That's one problem. And then okay, that's fine. Actually, I should put the icon of the weapon to show that it's from. Okay, stat change. Do that. That's fine. Alright, that goes on and off. Are we actually going to work this time? Apparently we're not going to work this time. Proc. Okay, so we have this. Proc Fang. Direct target. Targeting. Target lock actor. Targeting. Okay, enemy. That might be it. Hit my action. Activate chance. 1-0. Okay. Cooldown of 5 seconds is fine. And it's going to the first thing here. Show on target. Enemy. So I'm just getting bad RNG? Like what? Oh. Hate when this gets turned off. Advanced settings. Always on top. Always center. Alright, so now this may or may not change instantly. I can't remember. Let's just do a 1% activation chance. We loot. There we go. So I was just getting really random RNG. Okay. Okay, so I do have to implement something because basically it's proccing off its own damage. So I have to make sure it only procs off of, I think, auto attacks on this one. Activate names. So let's go to the rogue. I might need to implement a tag system on this. Let me think here. Yeah, I think I need to integrate a tag system on this. So let me do a quick save all. And then what are we going to do here? So, I gotta reload the editor. So right now, vertical thread is a base way to filter like based on action names, um, what abilities can proc something. And I'd rather change that to just a tag system. So I can put a tag on an ability that says if it's like a proc eligible ability type thing. And so I'm going to go to vertical third. I think it's a struct in the action system. Action struct passive. And we'll just add a gameplay tag. And it's going to be an array of tags. Activate tags. And I'm going to save that, and then I'm going to close out. I'm not going to save it because it's just a weird engine bug with it. Okay, and now I will go to this is part of the passives over here. This is probably a lot more work than I wanted to get into. Okay, I wonder if it's easy to do here. So hit my action. Passive spawn. So we have all the, I think we have all the data here in this. So this is actually going to be a lot easier than I think. Passive action. Break the struct. Oops. And we're going to get Hey Zaid, how you doing? Yeah, our servers are online. I'm just doing some. I might do like a small patch later today. But our servers are online. You can come play. It's all on the Epic Games Store launch, our launcher, and you can download the demo to come play test. And so I'm kind of trying to do like a little bit of a last minute like content patch. And so I'm working on some bosses and things and loot. All right, passive action. I'm trying to get this stuff break. And then we will hide all these. If we get the activate tags, the math requirements, I will just put this right at the start. Because we don't need to do anything if it fails this. Oh, action name. Shit, that's not included. Crap. I might put a pin in this then. Action name. yeah, I'm going to put a pin in that for now because that's a much bigger change. So instead, I'm just going to do the manual names. Since it's a rogue only item, not that big of a deal. But basically, I made a spider boss, and it drops a fang of the spider boss, and gives a poison proc to the rogue. But basically, the poison was proccing off itself, which obviously is something we don't really want. Go to database, go to loot, weapon, and go to the dagger and proc, and we're going to do activate and tags. No, activate names. And we're only going to proc off the rogue auto attacks as a bit of a temporary situation right now. Database, players, classes, rogue. Look at the names of these. I'll rename this to rogue main hand attack and offhand attack, and then go to the proc. And now that should, I think, solve. So definitely put on my list. Yeah, this is my end of February to-do list. So I'm we're doing a playtest now, but it was like I did some big changes, and we just want to kind of launch on the game store and do a somewhat of a smaller thing. I love the promo video running so smoothly. Nice, thank you so much. Yeah, we put a bunch of those things in there, and we have some more content on our Ruins of Tearyn channel as well. I can put that in the chat too. Yeah, we've come a long way, right? And honestly, like this project, we only have maybe like 2 months of full-time work on, right? And that's largely because we have Vertical Third powering the whole thing. There's so much we haven't had to do, and it's mostly been about getting the next technical features implemented, which has been we got the game up and running on PlayFab, which we've done that in the past, but got it up and running in PlayFab. Then we got the next playtest was persistency, and then the following playtest was zone-to-zone loading. And that's like the really core vertical slicey things to solve. Everything else is now just polish, content. The last tech features, I guess, to implement would be Epic Online Services, and that could potentially tap us into like Epic Game Store friends list. Also, like the anti-cheat software that they have, those type of things. For sure, you have an undefeatable, robust system. Amazing to see the growth. Yeah, we're really showing that Vertical Third can do a lot. It sucks a lot because we don't have like that venture backing type thing that can allow us to really push it out there and work on it full time. But this is like, when we were building Vertical Third, it was built because we were thinking about doing an MMO in the future, right? So, hello, Mr. Square Peg. How are you? Um, oh yeah, so I'm testing the first weapon proc of the game. They all have everything despawned. So I'm trying to implement a few bosses right now, Scarpeg, and get some other loot in the game. There's already people that have played for like several hours and effectively, oh, the stupid. I have this weird bug where sometimes um, you can't pick stuff up, and it's so weird. It happens so sporadically. I haven't been able to like properly reproduce it. Um, I'm at least happy that I was able to um, showcase it work actually doing that in the game. So, all right. So first up, hopefully I can get this to proc. Of course, now it's not procking. Oh, I think I screw up the. I might have screwed up the code. Um, I didn't put it back to normal. Um, I think it's stack. No, it's passive component. Um, oh, I didn't touch it. Okay. Proc. Action. Activate action names. These should be procking it. Tags. Activate chance. Power. Let's try a simpler name. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. Now, why isn't that working? That should. I've never touched that system, so okay. That didn't work, so let's just do that. Proc. Okay. Let's look at what's happening with the code. Subtract. I do have it as subtract, right? Math requirements, subtract. Okay, where's the name validate? Activate names. Are we hitting here? False. But yeah, we're so like I'm doing some. We had like this kind of little bit of a debut. We're on the store, and like I know it's kind of like there's a lot of MMO talk right now because of like drama for big ones, and then there's like indie MMOs launching. So I know there's probably like a lot of stuff going on, right? Like Project Gordon launched. I think Quinfall just had their like launch or something. Um, then there's that other like in development MMO as well that also launched. Am I even getting here? Proc. So there's a lot going on, and that's like kind of why like we've been doing playtests last year, but the results were like not many people showed up, but that was partly because the in development features at when you're testing on the Epic Game Store are so clunky that you have to like, oh, you have to send me your Epic Game Store account ID, which can kind of make it feel like a little bit weird and that stuff. And so Wicked was there. Yeah. Uh, and so now it's like so much easier. It's just, hey, go download a demo on the game store. You know, like uh, so much easier. Okay, so are we not even doing this test? How are we not even getting there? What is going on? What am I missing? Like, how in the world are we not even getting there? Passive name. Don't need you. Passive. So where's on hit? Hit my action. These are triggers. Oh, did I? I don't know. Did I actually pick up the item there? Maybe that's why. Okay. I think I didn't even pick up the item. Derp. Um, all right. Proc. Um, proc. Fail. But yeah, it's been really cool. And like, I've had people come in and they like posted in Discord like, "Hey, look, I've gotten every piece of loot possible." You know, there's a tank that came in and did it. There is a mage that came in and did it. Um, yeah, so I'm not even picking up the item. All right, proc fail. Okay. All right. I need to remind myself I'm gonna get the item and put the thing right beside so I actually look at it. So okay, if it equals exactly, so I'm clearly doing something wrong here. So let's just quickly do a print string, and we'll do a append. I'm going to um, compare this to this and see what happens. Dot. Oh, okay. I'm making a mistake. Okay, that's all it is. Okay, I don't need any of this. I am doing I'm forgetting it's the name of the stat change ability, not the name of the actual ability. And so I need to go to the rogue auto attack 1, and it's going to do the stat change auto. So now we can just do MMO. I'll update these names. So this is going to be stat change rogue auto. And then the name of this one is Rogue Auto Attack. And then I can just copy this, put it into the proc, and I just need one of these auto attack. And now it should proc properly. I did that because your main attack might have like several stat changes in itself, and you might only want a very specific stat change. So there we go. There it is. And so now it's not going to refresh itself because there's a 100% chance to proc at the moment. And that's why I wanted to make sure that doesn't happen. And so it's not going to proc on your abilities, only your auto attacks. And there's a 5-second cooldown. You can see all your passives kind of line up here. Obviously, there's like tons of UI and UX stuff I have to switch up later on, but it can only proc every 5 seconds. Okay, now proc. Let's get the UI of this, and we're going to get it set up with the item. I guess we'll do the same thing as the stat change. Proc stat change. I'll copy all those. Oh, it's a different thing. I need to make that change later on. I want to have a like basically a data table type struct that's basically a full like UI setup. And so like I could convert the name, potentially the description, or I could just have like all of these icons grouped into one data table. That can like just, it makes like a lot of things easier. Okay, just do this. And like just the ease of copy pasting and stuff is what data tables is kind of like really good for. All right, there we go. All right, there's the proc. All makes sense. There's a proc there. You can even see it. I guess proc thing of Vegas. And then it's a higher power than, you can see it shows it there. And so pretty dope. First proc item in the game. Rogue only. I like it. It actually adds like a ridiculous amount of power. Like it's probably like, maybe it's a little bit too strong. Maybe we'll do, that's like your entire, you're probably out, the proc might actually out DPS you. Okay, stat change, proc. Let's make it every 2 seconds. Tick every 2 seconds. That's a little bit more reasonable for like a low level. And then like technically it's like, it is pre-development. I could just do it for the fun of doing it for people, but even every 2 damage, even every tick or whatever is still pretty powerful. Plus, you're getting a high-powered weapon in addition to that too. Like your base weapon, I think is like only like damage 1 or 2 damage, so you get a 6 powered weapon plus a proc. Yeah, that's dope. I like that. And then I could just do a really so the boss itself basically spawns. He does a um, yeah. I think I'll do this just randomly because it's such an easy change. The boss himself does a random poison spit that both poisons you and snares you. And so I can make an offhand weapon to go with it. That is the snare portion of it. And it does like a 2-second snare on the target or something. I do want to make the proc a little bit lower in chance though. Oh, that's in the passive stats. Oh yeah, well, proc. Um, passive. We'll do like a 20% chance to activate. That skin is peak. What the player character or the spider? Yeah. And so if you like, I have the base spiders up over here. You probably remember them. Um, but it's just um, I basically made it green and then like 50% bigger than the other ones. Ooh, a follow. Thank you for following D3 Studios. Sounds like you got your own games dev stuff going on. Definitely have to mention your project as well. Yeah, so there's the basic spiders that you're normally fighting, and then here's the named spider. So he's nice and formidable. And then here's his loot. Once again, so now I reduced the proc rate, and there it goes off. So you hit quite a bit. So yeah, it still procs quite a bit. I think I still might put it down to about 0.1, 10% chance. But you hit so fast as a rogue. I do YH. I assume that's like what, YouTube? But yeah, if you weren't aware, we have our product on the Epic Game Store now, and we have a playtest going on right now, and so you can actually log in. This is live in a live, dedicated server environment. You can go log in and start playing our Indie MMO. But if you just go into obviously Epic Game Store and search Ruins of Tearyn, you can download a demo from here. It has everything we got going on there, and then the description shows like a bit of our history and everything. So we were on the Epic, Epic Games, the Unreal Engine live stream and stuff, and did some work for Epic and all these things. All right. Oh, and so yeah, maybe I'll let your. All right, 10% seems a little bit too low now. So I want it to be like a fun item right now. I can balance it later. Proc .15. Awesome. Do you Valex Studios? Yeah, it's like we're at a stage where we really have enough of a vertical slice that we really just want to stress test our servers. So we're trying to get enough people around to actually um, get like 100 or so people walking around. Awesome. Thank you for the wish list. Really appreciate that. We're really trying to like the funding and like we're at a stage for this game where I think we've proven enough technically of what we can do, especially because we're a two-person team doing all this. And if we're able to get the community large enough, I think we can actually land um, uh, a publishing deal, you know. And so I do need to make sure I don't forget to add this actual item to. I have a very kind of it's not the best system right now for the backend database, but that's something I'll fix later. Um, Alvarez, thing. All right, so now when I log in, hopefully it's still equipped in my inventory. Okay, so I looted that. It's there. Quit out. No. Okay, good. Now it shows up. And now if I equip it and exit. Thank you, Valix. Yeah, it's a long time coming. Like we spent so much time building Vertical Third, um, and it makes so much sense to just really take what we've created and prove it through an indie MMO. And then you look at the market opportunity right now with MMOs. Who do the loading screen? So the background's actually in a city in the actual world, but the logo is gameDEVbeauty. And so we took a screenshot of the tavern that's in the center of the world, and then which she kind of obviously it's marketplace assets, but she modularized it and customized it through level design and all the kind of environment work that she does, and then she did the logo herself. All right, so there's some other item that I have that's not in this. So let me look at my inventory real quick. So let me look at this real quick. Right now, all my digital art like logos is all AI. Well, but I'm getting on it changed. Yeah, we're not really people that I should say not really. We've not touched AI at all. Um, we're not AI people. You know, Game Dev's an artist, and I just fundamentally believe it's so bloated right now that my big thing is it's going to use too much power. It's going to waste our world resources and it's going to ruin the internet, right? You think if it gets to the point where they want it to get to, there's going to be movie farms generating like 2 to 3 hour movies every X amount of seconds and just uploading them into the internet. Can you imagine how much fucking bandwidth is going to go to shit on the internet from shit like that? Like the amount of crap that's going to be produced. There's lack of quality, lack of realism, and then it's like faking itself online. And the world resort, like we're in a time where we don't want to use more world resources, and so it's just so stupid. Okay, 01, 166. So I think I'm looking for something. These are all in order, right? Yeah. So I must be looking for something that's past 300. There's some piece of loot that's not loading. .301 obviously is there. .305. Maybe it's a. Could it be a quest thing? I have the rocks. I have the burb. The mushroom sword. The taco. The item to explore. Maybe it's a trade skill item. That's probably what it is. Oh, it's working now. Okay. All right. Whatever. Um, let's see here. All right. What am I doing here? Okay, so I have the item in the game. I did the spider boss. Let me go actually put him in. Just copy this. Save all. Level. Oh, I do need to actually just quickly test his drop table. I'm gonna bump myself to like level 50. I'll use his own fang against him. Wahaha. Yeah, so what's up with his loot table? Why is he not dropping loot? Oh, actually, that's a separate problem, I bet. Is this world? Floor, collision, static. I think my loot stuff looks for static. Okay. Why not dropping loot? I guess. Loot enabled. Why did loot get not enabled? Are these not have loot enabled? Wow. How did that get turned off? That's so weird. Yeah, the cool part about that Valex is the fact that we have not done zero optimization passes as well, right? Like we're like, you know, taking everything we can from the marketplace to use and just focus on gameplay. And so there's tons of stuff that's just like mix and matched and like throwing cool effects in or whatever. And but that's kind of goes back to the fact of like an indie MMO is all about small levels that aren't these massive things, and you can really not have to spend a lot of time on optimizing. And I can't tell you enough, like loading is good for your game. People keep trying to do these massive open worlds that just go on forever, and that can create so much complexity in optimizing. And so by having a small level and you're loading consistently and stuff, because this is just one level, obviously, and then we actually have a so-called dungeon with a raid boss down there, and so that loads you into a different level. And guess what? It takes like 5 seconds to load into that level, you know. So, loading is good, slow loading is bad, fast loading is good, type thing. And so, there are like certain areas in the game that are slower, um, and so let's um, and so um, that's like there are FPS spikes around different places and things, but we are working on things. And like the cave tunnel with the undead is a little. There's like some extra lighting things going on there, and it's a little bit bad there. When you go to the center of the world, it can kind of like then everything's loaded in, so it's just lag a little bit. But you know, again, for like zero optimization passes, it's pretty good. Um, all right, so random thing. I need to look at all my enemies and make sure their loot's turned on, because that was actually a bug people were saying. So I'm going to open all of these up. Yeah, and if you didn't know too, this entire project is 100% blueprint code. We're like big promoters of that, you know. Okay, so MMO AI, just making sure that everything's up child of MMO AI, and I should be able to just update the loot part there, I think. Um, just close all this stuff out. Still want the master MMO AI. I need to pull something up here. Animals, let's pull up the bear. Loot. I don't know how that got turned off. This is so wild. Um, okay, then it populated down. So, and now I should be able to save all. And then everything is updated to now properly drop root. Yeah, it's one of those things that like people keep talking about. C++ is faster and things, And I say my biggest point to that is, Blueprint is a programming paradigm. It's a way to handcuff yourself with what you can do in order to try and instill clean coding practices. And as a result, you still need to have, coding knowledge. You still need to have code flow knowledge and things, because you can still screw up in blueprints just like you can screw up in any programming language. But it limits the craziness. It limits over-architecting things, over-engineering things. And if EverQuest and WoW can make an MMO in 1999 to 2004, you can make an MMO in blueprints today, right? Like, you can do these things in today. The computing power we had back then, the game engines we had back then, the technology we had back then was like so much subpar compared to what consumers, getting to this day is, you can build something in the way they did it 20 years ago, over 20 years ago, and you can make your indie MMO. So, keep worlds small to keep graphic fidelity and loading. And right now, again, there's so many mixed matched products that there's a lot of issues there. We still have dynamic lighting on, right? So there's actual dynamic lighting system, which we may or may not keep in global illumination stuff in the final product, which that could dramatically just help your performance altogether. But we'll see, because we do like to have the weather changing and those things. That's a good nice aspect to it. And the one high performative cost we might have is dynamic lighting, so we can do those different weather effects and things, and a daytime cycle, whatever. Okay, now those are done. So I still need to just double check every single enemy and make sure they're all properly have their loot on. Because people were complaining about this, and I even noticed this. Why some things don't seem to be dropping loot properly. All right, loot is enabled. Loot table, loot quest. What is this guy? Oh, it's a target dummy. So target dummies do not leave loot on. Next one is the target dummy ally. This one is the zombie. And then the proper loots are Sarah, tier 1, tier 0. I'm having to manually recheck all this to make sure it's all good. This is the stag. This one's the spider. Spiders. That's why they weren't dropping loot before. This guy's a skeleton. My PC isn't very good. Lowest FPS I got is 10, and still smooth. Good. Again, that's what we want to see. I did a video on our it's on our Ruins of Tearyn channel. I think I liked that earlier, but it's the Indie MMO. I'll share it here, but it's our mindset, basically make it work, make it fun, and then make it pretty, right? And so we're still making bare minimal efforts obviously to make it look visually appealing to walk around. And gameDEVbeauty has done an amazing job on that. And so, but just visuals are visuals and optimization stuff. It's that's a later stage. Oh, I got a phone call here. 1 second. 1 second, hon. Hello. Okay. Back to verify all of these are on. So this is the Reaper. No special loot there. Warrior. Okay. Warlock. I think what happened when I did my cleanup for my files, I noticed there was a duplicate, like master kind of class, and I ended up combining them together. Orc boss, yeah, orc boss. Moose, animals, mercenary, default, melee. Okay, these all seem fine. whelps should be nothing, actually. Dragon whelps do not drop loot. Dragon drops his own loot. Deer should be animals. Caster. Animal. Bear. It's like sometimes you just want to say, oh, it's all fixed, and just like leave it as it is. And that's how things just get random things. MMO AI. I could probably do a loot table. Or you know what? I'm not going to do that because I don't want it to like randomly unset child actors. So this guy I don't even think I use right now. Yeah, I don't even use that guy right now. Or maybe I do. Okay. I don't know if I use that character or not. I do not use that guy. I will be using him later. This guy, I don't know if he's the one I use. Maybe he's the one I actually use. Yeah. And Vargas I've already checked. Stomper, I don't think I use these guys yet. No, I do not use those guys. And I'm just saying these guys for future. Okay. Alrighty, that's good. Yeah, and you just gotta like watch a bunch of videos. Like you gotta make your best judgments yourself. We don't really like gray boxing, but that's our flow. We just prefer to use like, art assets, or like, marketplace stuff. Um, that's how we fill out the level because we get really uninspired by like just a bunch of boxes everywhere. So like that process is up to you. And the point is like it's never going to be good like the first time you just spit it out, right? Like we went from obviously if you look at our opening page here, right? We started with this, and this was one of the Cinti Studios levels. I can't remember which one it is, but it was one of their starting levels. And then we started to worked with the flow, and then we like made mountains and stuff. And then after we did like the like sculpting a little bit, we played with different materials, and then that slowly turned into this, right? So always think iteratively, and just make something, check out the flow, go from there. I'll be RB. Gotta go to the bathroom and get a drink. All right, sorry about that. Okay, so I've added the. Oh yeah, I want to test the drop table here. All right, so I put a 40% chance to drop the dagger. And then there is still a chance to drop the other T1 weapons. So we will do, yeah, I'm just gonna kill him and see if he drops stuff. There's the loot. There's the fang. Beautiful. All right. Alrighty, let's just copy the spawner. I do need to put the spawn rate, respawn time, we'll put to, oh no, he's going to be added to the other spawner. That's what's going to happen. So I'm going to take that, and then we go to the other level. Alright, so I think I'll put it on a couple of these spawners. So this guy, let me make sure I get the trees up. I'm going to move this guy a little bit. Right back there. And then I'm going to add the spider boss. And so I'm going to improve the way I do this in the future, but my spawners basically have it's a random chance between whatever is listed here. So I'm just going to add like 10 of these. And then put Vargaris at the bottom. And then these are all normal spiders. I have to activate all these as well. And so now, since there's 10 entries, but only one of them is the spider boss, it's a 10% chance to spawn. And so I'm going to, and then the respawn time, see, this is some of my spawn chance modifier stuff to but I didn't get to fully implement it. Yeah, respawn time's fine. We're not going to make every spawn capable of doing this. So there is a little bit of rarity. But at the same time, you know, it's pre-development. We're just trying to have fun. We have one spawn there, one spawn there. Shift this guy a little bit. And then let's make a pather that also has a chance to spawn. So we'll put him like over here. And then let's set up a patrol. And patrol reverse. Alrighty. Alright. So he starts there, patrols down here, and so there's three spawns that can actually spawn the boss. Back there, the patrol, and then this guy here. And so, you know, his 10% chance to spawn, you know, three spawns to spawn him. So you'll see him around. Alright, so Spider Boss has been implemented. Now, I do need to make a special item for the Orc boss. So let's start with that. Back to mechanics testing. Do Orc boss, or what is his name? I don't even remember his name. He was just Orc boss, okay. I thought I named him something. Oh, I named him, but I didn't change his files to that. And so he's kind of a melee damage dealer, so but we already have a rogue item. Maybe this will be a. We'll just do a sword drop. Sword, duplicate, weapon, sword. What did I do for this one? The dagger was Fang of whatever. And what did I set this guy's name as? Thornrid. Alright. loot. Sword of Thorn Red. Let's get a different texture going. Okay. It's fine. And I'm just going to go ahead and add this to my inventory database before I forget. All right, and change the little spawner thing to Thorn Red. And what are we going to do for this one? The Forged Sword of Thy Orcs. Sword, Thorn. Loot ID, normally I just want like a number identifier, but I'm so all over the place with my stuff that I need to like redo that system. Like, you're technically supposed to be like, you know, oh, hey, I request a number from this thing. It grants me the number. No one else can request that at the same time. It hands them out properly, and then you get the ID. That's set. So there's no conflicts of item IDs, but everything's manual right now. Uncommon, sure. Swords there, so that's all done. Tooltip is whatever. Weapon one-handed. There's no loot animation. It's not quest. Equipment. It's only for tanks. Now, do I just want... I mean, technically I should make up something sort of proc thing for everyone. But, let me think. I could make a threat taunt, a threat proc, which would be kind of nice. I'll just do whatever. I'm going to go simple on this one, and maybe I'll do something for a shield. And so I'll just give the tank 10 power, because he doesn't hit. Make it feel like you can do a lot more as a tank. Plus, that does affect threat indirectly. So I'm down with that. And I'll move on to other stuff. Let's go to... I need the orc bosses loot table. And we'll set this as a 40% drop chance. Oh, not that. All right. Let's just double check his thing now. Make sure it drops. Also make sure it reloads. I do need to make sure I do that style thing. Oh, I need to also change my class on my character again. Tank. Oh, I don't think scoreboard updates. I don't know how many people are online. I can check PlayFab. Yeah, it's just me. Where is the engine? I am so confused. There we go. Okay. And now I will just quickly test that it works. Yep, can't reload, fine. And now just test his drop rates. Okay, mace, mace, mace. Just play. Ring of strength. Dagger. Shield the tankhead. There it is. Sword of Thornrid. So power, 10 damage. So it still drops for stuff for other people, but you have a chance to get, a good tank item. Can help a bunch. And we'll quit. And maybe we'll do a little bit of a... I could do that somewhere else. I don't need to do it on there. I'll do like a Thorns shield somewhere. But the next thing I want to do is actually a little bit of rapid fire. So number one, we don't even have a mage item from what people reported. So let's just do a new folder. We're going to call this staff. And we'll just copy this. Copy here. Rename this to staff. And get a different icon here. I guess I'll do that one. And this one's going to be for mage. And we'll make this two-handed, just for the sake of it. Two-handed staff. And then the power for the mage, power will set to 3, just to make it a little bit stronger. It's two-handed. And then we're going to do a, now we can copy this to here, copy here. It's going to be T1 staff. Loot information. Okay, I'll start naming these, I think. Staff of Apprentice. Oh, wait. Staff of the Sage. I don't know. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to do, just because I don't want to get into naming stuff, I want so T0, T1 staff, and then T0 staff. I don't want to get into like too much naming stuff because like we haven't really thought about how we want to name things. So I'm just kind of leaving very generic things. And I think it's like being portrayed to testers really properly now. Like the idea of progression is being really sold. So, and I need to actually go and make a bunch of other tier loot. So we'll do this one. So we have that one there, and then that one there, T1 staff, and then T1 save. Then we'll make this. Did I copy one here already? I did not. Staff. Copy here. Rename this to staff T2. And so we have this one is how much power? 3 power. We'll go to 6 power. And then 9 power. And then T2 staff. Make sure all that's there. Oh, a common staff with power. Okay, okay, okay. And so that's those. Then I have to go again, add these two. The loot system. That's not the right one. Inventory system. One, two, three. All right. And then let's just make sure these load properly. Oh. A little bit of QA as I work. No, I do need to check. I'll just make myself a mage. TheMainStark. Did not set the icon. Okay. Let's see here. So we have T2, T0, and T1. I can equip it. It's two-handed. I'll log out. Let's get the T. Let's go back to T2 staff. And so it's got to be a separate staff. Staff. Okay. Textures. Good enough. Okay, staff 0, staff 1, staff 2, and staff 0. So, dopey dope. Power 3, power 6, power 9. Alright, fixed the mage staff, implemented. And then I need to make a whole set of T2 weapons as well. So we have all the T1 weapons, but T2 we did not get to. So T1, we're just going to copy all of these. So I did staff, and then we're just going to there's table deals. We're going to change. Okay, we don't need staff. All of these battery name. Search for T1. Replace with T2. These ones are going to be pretty basic overall in terms of what I do with them. It's just like upgrading from the past, which they all are copies from the T1 version. So I'm just going to boop the stats. So T2 staff is done. T2 bow. Okay. Let's get a different bow. And the stats, we're going to go to 9 on that one. So change the icon, change the bow name, and change the ID. Dagger, T2 dagger. Oops. What's a different dagger? Sure, we'll take that one. I think that's a little bit too crazy. I'll do that one. Oh, that's the one thing I didn't do. I'll do that. I can do that after, I guess. T2 dagger, and then the power is going to go to 3. Because they hit a little bit faster, so they don't need as much power. Oh, I do need separate weapons for the rogue, don't I? I need offhand weapons for the rogue. That's something I forgot about. some other shield. And so power will go to 4, healing power to... I want to bump all of the healing power, I think. So 5. Let me get these out. Because the healing is very low. Healing power is very low right now. So we're going to do a base healing power of plus 10. And then go to 20. And then 30. And so T0, power's fine. T1, power 2, shielding 220. That's good. Mace. And here is 430. Or this is supposed to be 3. And I can put this like 2.5 or something. And then close that out. T2 cone. Okay, Cone of Mysteries. Again, we need some sort of staff for this. I'll choose that guy. I don't know if I've used that yet or not, but appearance, equipment, so power is going to go to 4 on this guy. I'll do 5. They do have it's a channer item, so they do have an offhand as well. So they'll have like a total of like 5 power. Okay, that's the cone. This is the stain, so this is their offhand. And different cup. Okay, what is this? Okay, they don't have an icon for that, or it's not named. Sure. Okay, 2T stain. Stain icon changed. Power to 5. Okay, that's changed. That's changed. That's fine. That's fine. Power 4. It's 5, sure. Tank, yep. T2 sword. Yep. Sword. And we'll go 5 power. And T2 mace. And this is another thing I need to okay, I'll just do this guy. And then power is going to go, so let's readjust the power on all these guys. So T2 mace will be 5 power, but healing is going to be a base. We'll do a little bit less. Well, whatever. Let's just see how it goes. 10 healing power, 20 healing power, and then 30 healing power. So we have 2 to 3. Let's do 1 to 3 to 5. All right, and then I also need to take all of these. All of the T2s I did not set there to rare. Okay. Back to the inventory component. Let me test this. I think I can just, if I'm not mistaken, take all of these, just drag add them, and it added them all. Yep. Now the mace, did I add the mace? I did change the mace title. Yeah, to mace. Okay. So now I need to add them to the loot drop table. So enemies, I know for sure for dragon. We'll open the loot table. Did I ever set my, okay. Second there, I thought I didn't set my thing to my stream back to the right thing. Loot table should be somewhere here. Where did I put the dragon loot table? What? Loot. Oh, it's in. Yeah, I'm going to change how I sort that. I'm going to just put the loot table into the dragons folder. And then, no, crash. Hopefully I saved everything. All right, let's see here. Back to the level. Cans testing. And then the last thing I did with the loot was set its, it took the inventory component and the, make sure these saved. All right, 2330, that's good. And then over to the, whatchamacallit? Yes, database. Dragon did this properly, save. So one, update that. Open the dragon loot table. What the? Why is that doing that? What's going on there? That's very odd to get a double crash like that. table corrupt now or something? Okay. Is it just a random Sabuko? Cool. I don't know if it's just a if it's like a DirectX crash, I think. So it's like evac short and a little bit. I want to figure out this weird crash. So I'm opening the loot table. This is so weird. Is it only when I try and tab or like I think the data table got corrupt or something? So I open the loot data table. Seems to be no problems here. But then I click in here. So it's only when I'm trying to mount this and then click back. Okay. I think it was just like I had too much stuff running and there was like probably some sort of memory leak going on. Because not only am I working in the engine, I had Ruins of Tearyn loaded up behind the screen and I'm streaming. So it's kind of like putting a bit of a workload. And there was probably some sort of like random thing that's memory leaking or something. All right, level. I need to go to levels. Where's levels? Case testing. What now? Mind blank. Okay, so I need to check. So I did check the inventory, I believe. It's got the right thing. It's got the T2 thing set. And I gotta go to the database again for all the loot, weapons, tier 2. Make sure these all have rare set. I'll do. Alright, so T2 weapons are in. Now I need to do the loot tables. So enemies. Let's see if he actually crashes me again. So I have all of these loot tables kind of predefined, so they have all the T2 stuff. Oh my god. D3 pool alligator. Why is that doing that? I'm going to try and exit out of a few things. Some small chance I need to restart my computer. Um, that is so weird. It's like scrolling down the data table is causing a crash with like nothing else open. And it's only the loot data table. This is very, very odd. Let's just try a quick. I'll just delete my intermediate and data cache. Maybe something's corrupt there. Alright, so hopefully clearing out my cache fixes this. A little bit curious how much I can get into the game here. Do like a 6 o'clock patch or something. Maybe a 4 o'clock patch. Like have the game ready around 7 or so. I don't know. It's Friday, so people stay up later, but. Okay. Do we work again? Wow, we don't work again. That's very strange. Let me just try and open up, I guess, the table struct, data table, struct. Okay. And then, what else? Oh, that's not it. Loot table. Which is this. Okay, so it might be something specifically in that loot table. So this one's working fine. So maybe that, let me try a loot table from somewhere else, I guess. Loot table. I'll do loot table Vargas. Okay. He's good. No crashes there. And then back to the dragon. Yeah, so that for some reason, that loot table's corrupted. So let's just delete that one. So you are being deleted. Now the annoying part here, let me try duplicating and see if that one's corrupted too. No, it's not. Maybe it is. I'm going to delete those two loot tables and see if we get any results from that. Which is annoying because it's like one of the biggest loot tables there is in Tearyn. So wild. That one's worked fine. All right. Well, we're rebuilding a loot table. So loot table, copy here. What I can potentially do, let me open Perforce. Revert this. Get revision force. Does this still screw up everything? It does. It's so weird. I don't know if it's just because, maybe it is just because it's a big loot table. I don't know. Now, I guess this is a question. Are my loot tables not? They're supposed to be soft references. Struct spawner loot table. These are supposed to be soft data table references. That's a big miss. Oh wait, this is loot slot type. Okay, so they are soft references. Good. That's very strange that they're soft references and they're causing some sort of crash. But I think I'm just gonna have to go ahead and I'm going to delete the dragon one again. this to the table. Vero Vin. And let's set up. All right, so this is all the T1 stuff. And this is the T1 weapons. And so this is pretty easy overall. I'm just going to start with 1. All right, so this is the giant tier 2 list. So we're going to do all we have to do is go to our loot folder, armor, tier 2, data table. I'm going to take just mass select all of these, plop them there. It's all the T2 stuff. Drop chance 1 and world. And then we will just group, I guess. I think this is where I wanted to like always have weapons drop. So tier 2, we'll go weapons, T2, data table. And trash that, T2. And I think actually what I'm going to do is I'm just going to add these to the main one. So now all T2 items are in there. Are trinkets in here? Yeah, the trinkets are there. Okay. And then drop chance 1. So this is like the boss, right? So we're trying to just like, we're dropping like 20 items. This might be why it's causing crashes, but we'll see. All right. So it drops 20 T2 items when they kill a boss. So go back to the enemies. Take that off. I gotta update the boss's loot. Okay. Okay, boss got that updated for the T2 loot drops. And so what else? Like obviously I could do some recipes to craft them all, but I don't think I want to work on that right now. I think I'd rather get more bosses into the game. And so I have a rogue piece of loot. I need to get the a few others. I gotta go to the bathroom again. I'll be right back. All right, sorry about that. Oh, my volume level's like super high or something. Okay, let's see here. Let's go LinkedIn. Go LinkedIn. That's not what I meant. Um, well, thank you, thank you. Let me check on the server, make sure I don't have like tons of people logged in. Um, multiplayer. Okay. I need to cram a few more bosses in here. All right, so we have a spider boss, we have the orc boss, and then the orc boss. Let me go back to I want to make this one change to its level real quick. Just want to make sure the orc boss is like a steeple level. So we're gonna make them. So these are level 3 to 5. So we'll make them a level 6. 7. Let's go with 7. Alrighty. And so I've set the loot there. I do believe I set. If I log in. Alright, the sword's there. Two staffs, all good to go. Oh, T1 staff is not set to the right. That's odd. Let me check the weapons database. Loot. All these. Make sure they're all set to uncommon. Uncommon. Alright, that was the only one, looks like. Oh, that's the different thing. Proc, yeah, yep. Yep, okay. Alright, so T2 loot's been added. I have T1 loot surround. Oh, I do need to add. Let's go back to the loot tables. I need to add the staffs to the loot tables. So T0, T0, T0. We're going to add a T0 staff. And then this guy. These are just like, yeah, that's all that stuff. More hides. Steak. All right. And then T1, T1, T1. T1 staff. added, and right now only the raid boss can drop T2. All of the other loots are crafted. Spiders are. Alright, sorry for all the AFKs. Bunch of family stuff I had to kind of take care of and do. Alright, so back on my journey to do more little named monsters. And so I think, what should I do? Let's do a fire elemental boss for the mage. So we will go to enemies, elementals, elemental fire. We'll call it Feyre. Oh, I already used a. Flare gone. That's flare gone. There we go. Flare gone. Copy all these. Okay, let's do a batch rename. We will replace elemental fire with flare gone. All right. Need to put the kit on for flare gone. Kit. And then in the kit, I'm going to trash those and bring them up. And then the actor spawn I have to change. All right. Now, actor spawn, flare gone. Now we'll go here. We'll probably just make it a blue version. I have a broken W key. It drives me nuts. We're going to do elemental blue. It's probably some sort of. Oh, that was the main one? Okay. I thought that was an instance. Create material instance. Do blue. And looks like there's no properties. Alright, let's just throw a tint. And then also add this to here. Oh, this will be, convert that to parameter, color, apply, and then by default, it's nothing. And then in the elemental, do the blue. Alright, that looks like shite. That does not look incorporated properly. Let's do, do I need to do multiply instead? You know what? This is what we're going to do. Just duplicate the texture. So that's just so you guys can see this. So I'm duplicating the texture, and really you have a bunch of RGB curves you can do here. Not RGB. Maybe it is RGB. No, that's not it. Hue. Duh. Let's find the blue. Like there, maybe. And then back here, I'm going to, so I added this stuff. I don't need that stuff. Put this back here. This goes here. That goes there. Make this a parameter texture. And then in the material blue, make it a blue one. And there we go. That's more natural looking. Flare gone. And then I can probably, let's see how it looks with the emissive. The same thing. What?
I think Sugar peed on the, you know that couch that Tifa puts her controllers and charger on?
Yeah.
I think there's a pee there, and she's
Okay.
refusing to sit over there, so keep like
All right.
calling
Well,
me and
okay.
texting to her.
I'm streaming, so I'll deal with it in a minute. All right, back over here. Convert to parameter. Texture emissive. There we go. Well, that's better. There's the blue version. Okay. I am still streaming, right? Yeah, I'm streaming. And things are there. Okay. So we pop in. We should see him pop up here. And there he is. Okay, got his name. And I know for a fact he's probably going to be like level 12, I think. Around that range. Name. Flaregon. Okay. And now Flaregon, we're going to do what? We're going to check your attacks. Because we're going to make you do some sort of, where's the appearance? Let's check out your attacks here. So these are just the hand swipes. And where is a cast? That's a spawn. Channel. Cast spell. Spell B. Oh, there's a roar. Let's do the roar. Browse to asset. Make a quick animation montage. And I think the frames are fine here. I think we'll just do a simple projectile spam. Or maybe, okay, duplicate this. And this is going to be what? So flare gone. Action, AI, flare gone, AoE. Or I'll do like AoE. Sure, I'll just keep it there. Don't need any of these. Don't need that. Appearance, we're going to do a cast time. Fire, roar. Put this back to default. How much? It's a like 2-second cast. We'll see. Let's turn on telegraphs. And then we're going to do AoE. We need to find some sort of simple fire thing. Come on. I don't know why the Niagara system takes so long to load an editor for stuff. That's the mage one, can't use that. Holy smokes. Can't take any longer. Fire blue. That could probably work. Whatever that is. I'll be right there, T. Hold on. We'll be right back again. Alright, I'm back. I'm going to use this blue explosion. And we're going to do a telegraph. And targeting be a direction. Location on our person's self, but the first one we'll offset it. Oh yeah, location needs to be cast start. We'll do like minus 500. And I don't think I have any extra AoE things. Standard, yeah, standard sphere, start. That's all fine. And we'll just do the same thing, but we're going to change the location to plus 500 on that one. And do it behind on that one. And in front on that one. And AoE, we're going to do the kit. I'm actually going to take all that out and do that. Save. Did I put the wrong actor spawn flare on? Okay. Actor spawn flare gone. Did I do the wrong kit? Kit AI. Okay. Ah, that's what I do. Okay. Oh, so there's a range thing at the start. Go all the way up here. Targeting. Rain. Oh, that's actor spawn. That's the wrong thing. Range is just going to be like 1500. And then why isn't it doing the animation? Was this channeled for some reason? No? Was he even walking? That's weird. Okay. Maybe this has to be full body. And then I think this needs to be, can this get receive decals? Yep. did I not turn on? I may have not turned on telegraphs on this part. Centered. Oh, hitbox. Do these at like 750. 750. That's gotta be it. Yep. Oh, okay. Number one, I need to do that for everything. Telegraph. No telegraphs on there. Hitbox. Unfortunately, okay, let me also turn on, I need to turn on my debugging for the action system. So I make sure I get the AoE hit stuff right, because this effect may or may not actually scale based on size. I really hate that design of certain people design visual effects that don't work with just a scale value, and they like require direct hard coding it to be different size. And sometimes you can get away with use local size or whatever, but sometimes that doesn't always work either. Oh, that's kind of a cool pattern. Not that it actually works, but all right, let's put a cooldown. Otherwise, spamming it doesn't really help to fully understand it. Do about 6 seconds, and then actually we'll do about 10 seconds because it's an 8-second cast or 2-second cast, and then we need to lower their the Z value. So location is going to be like minus 150. And now we can obviously these are way too big, but they're properly on the ground now, it looks like. So telegraphs are, oh, did this not turn on for duration? And now we can get we can start matching up the AoE size of everything to make sure it's crisp. All right, so obviously crazy bigger right now. Let's do like divide by 3 maybe. 250. Oops. Let's see how that tightens it up. It's pretty good. I say that's pretty on point, gives a little bit of leeway. Maybe I need to tighten it up a tiny bit. Do like 200. Yeah, that's more appropriate. And then based on where he's looking and stuff, we'll cast it differently. Basically always go to like, goes to north, south, east, west type thing. Okay, and now the damage we have to set will be stat change, flare gun, AoE. That's not what I wanted. Okay, stat change, flare gun, AoE. We're gonna put that here. And this is going to be a instant. So this one's going to be instant. Or is negative enemies, fire, subtract. We'll do let's make it count. 20 to 50 damage. And then that's whatever. And we don't need to put anything there because this is not going to be the dot. And then this guy here is we're going to duplicate. AoE burn. And this is going to be a tick. Also fire. We'll do like a 6-second duration, 1-second tick, which is going to burn for like 10 to 20. Duration. Now this one also has to have the flare gun burn. Need like a some sort of fire texture. Take that guy. Put that back to white. And those are probably okay, like that. And then I do need to set my character's level back down so he can actually hit me. Level is going to be, I guess 14. It's fine. I'll grab I think I have health pots to do that. Boom, 40 damage. And I am taking burn, but it's way more damage than it should be. I'm forgetting about power differences. So it's half this. 5 to 10. Yeah, it's pretty hard. I want this one to be a bit punishing because um, purely because you're supposed to get out of it. Like, okay, I dodged that. Why did I? That's not supposed to be dodgeable. AoE. Oh, maybe. Do I have those things to ignore dodge? I don't yet. Okay. I think I have it, so magic spells can still be dodged. Um, so I might have to change that. Bleh. Okay. So now, based on the effects, I could do a double hit too. So let's make the first hit the AoE. We'll do a little bit. Actually, we'll leave that damage there, but then we'll just have a second explosion. So after these, I'd probably have to do. Okay, so if I go here, appearance. It's exactly like 1 second, right? Boom. Okay, cool. All right, we'll now do. We're gonna do another AoE, same thing, but this one's gonna be delayed by like 1 second, and then we'll just add the other ones in. And so 1 is now 5, 2 is now 6, 3 is now 7. Okay, nope. 0 is 4, 1 is 5, 2 is 6, 3 is 7. On 4, I'm delaying everything by 1 second. And the appearance, I do not need at all on each of these. 5, 6, and 7. And then I'm going to add another stat change, and duplicate that, AoE, second. And on this one. And And this one's going to hit even harder, I think. Actually, just do another burst. Basically, make sure you get out of the way. Boom, boom, with a burn. It's going to come in the first shot. Boom. So hit, okay, resisted, hit, and then burn, 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 burn. By resisted. Oh, I can set that as something separate. Stat change, AoE burn, we're going to change it to a separate stat group. That way it'll have its own resist check. So boom, boom. So boom, boom. I think that's hitting right. Let me turn off debugs now. I'm like trying to make sure the damage lines up, making sure the effect lines up with everything. And dodge, but the burn went, and boom. Oop, I need to reset that. So boom, boom. Yeah, so like a level 14, almost got one shot there. Okay. Yeah, ultimately I'm fine with that. Make it super, super heavy. And then all of these attacks, I'm going to increase slightly. So we'll take this and stat change. Melee damage. And whatever this was before, we're just going to like increase it to like 7 to 7. Oh, I didn't even change it. Dope. All right, 7 to 7. Put that there. out. All right, the dot is still hitting a little hard. Let's lower the dot damage a little bit. AoE burn. Put that down to like, I guess 1 to 2 to 4. It's because he's getting higher level, and so his just natural level damage curve is increasing. Yeah, that's a little more appropriate. And then let's go back to his kit. And this we're going to put in the debuff category. And then his other 3 attacks can go there. All right, let's check this out. So we got that. You know what? I think I'm going to do a. I'll add a like small burn to his normal attacks as well. And so this is be melee burn value. We'll make it literally as low as it can possibly go in damage. And then back to his other attacks. Okay. Alrighty. This should be the last little thing. So he has that attack. So now he's doing a little bit of a burn as he hits you. Oh, I will. I need to increase the attack range on stuff here. So, 1, I think I can do hitbox offset. Okay, this needs to be cranked. Not 2,000, 200. I need to do that for the other. Let me make sure all of these elementals have their hitbox increased. Yeah. And then let's just close everything out. Getting too many windows. For Flaregon, melee attacks, let's double check. I think the range should be now that fine that I changed that. And then same for the fire, all the other elementals should be okay. Um, okay. And then last thing I want to change was the melee burn. I do not want it to be on a separate stat check. Okay. Alright, that's the boss. Has an AoE, got a telegraph. If you don't move from it, you're going to get hit hard. So don't stand in the fire. And now I'll make a mage item from him. So go to loot. Let's go to weapons. We'll still consider a T2 staff or T1 staff. This is going to be staff of, or I'll say weapon, staff of, what did I even name this guy again? Flare gun. By a spirit of a fire elemental. Okay, yada yada yada. Let's get a better icon. Let's get some sort of fire red staff. I've used those. Well, not fancy, but like not too fancy. You know what I mean? Surprised I don't want a red one of those. I kind of like that guy. All right. It's a mage only. Power we're going to put to like 12. And then we're going to give it a passive. So I can go over to, let's go to the other, what's it, Rogue Dagger? We'll take, okay, proc. I'll take the proc. Copy that here. And this can be proc staff of flare gun. And so this is all about the same. I'm going to change the UI. Staff of flare gun. And then get the staff up there. Why that out? There we go. And so this is the proc. Technically, I don't need any of this. I'll put it like red anyways, but this is just going to be an extra damage proc. It's not going to be a so it's going to go down here, passive to add, proc of flare gone. And then passive, hit my action. And I'll set the names up to be the mage here. Players, classes, mage. And then we're going to do the auto attack. Auto stat change. The mage, auto attack. So it can proc off this. But then I can also proc off the fireball. Mage. What do I do? Mage. Fireball. Save. Save. Okay. And then weapon. I'm going to put this into the inventory. That's not what I clicked. Whatever. Close all those. Of what the? Oh, was it just maybe a redirect? Wait, database loot weapon tier 01 staff. What did I just do? What are there two of these? Did I accidentally rename? Oh, I think I renamed the wrong thing. Alright, so this is T1 staff. Yeah. Okay. So this one needs to be renamed back to weapon T1 staff. I think. Alright. And then this is weapon staff of flare gone. 12 power, mage creates the proc here. And then this proc has all the things. Hello, Dr. Elliot. How are you? Activate chance will do a little bit more because you don't hit as often with this. And now the actual stat change. Copy that here. Rename this to staff of flare gone. So I'm just introducing some. I'm basically going to do a patch tonight at some point. We'll see. If you didn't know, we're building an Indie MMO. This week we actually got it live on the Epic Games Store. So you can actually go and download our demo right at the bottom. And you can actually start playtesting right now. We're doing playtesting until Sunday at midnight. And so you can actually go and start playing the game. Okay, proc. Stat change proc. Okay, yeah. And then I'm going to go here and do the stat change here. And then Staff of flare gun, and then get the, close that out. Let's put this to red, I don't care. This isn't going to show up. Save, we don't need this to show on AWUI because it's just going to be an instant. And then fire damage, and we're just going to do like a 10. Like a 15 to 25 variance damage boost. And then we need a new loot table for flare gun. Let me just copy the loot table from, who did I just do? I did a spider boss. I guess I'll do orc boss because spider has other stuff. Orc boss loot table. Copy that to flare gun. And just do table or loot table. Rename this. And you're going to have all the usual things of that. This is what all the T1 stuff, so everyone has a chance to get some sort of thing. And then the last thing is a 40% drop to chance to do the staff of flare gun. Weapon, T1 staff, flare gun. And then let's pop the staff of flare gun here. Make sure it's working properly. But how are you? Are you a dev yourself or just a MMO enjoyer? You know, what type of MMOs do you like to play? Let me know. All right, staff of flare guns in. Pick it up. There it is. And I'm on a mage. And so the proc is here. And I don't need to detect the boss to chest this proc, but boom. Man, that thing hit hard. Okay, it hits a little too hard, I think. Yeah, I do random stuff here and there. Mostly work on my engine. I've released a few projects, but it's been a while. Cool. I know. So if you didn't know, I built Vertical Third, which is a full game architecture. So I can definitely relate to building game tech. On my Vertical Third channel, I did a whole game architecture series. Well, not series. No, it's going to be a series, but not yet. And so you can check out that for the game architecture channel. And then if you're interested, I also break down the what is it? On this channel, I have my how to build an indie MMO. So I break down our tech stack there. So I know us people that like build tech, we're always like looking at what other people do and things and how to do this and that. Okay, so staff is doing too much damage. Proc, flare gun. Let's put it to like 525. So this itself is only started, it's only been about a year of like, you know, not even part-time work. We have like 2, maybe 3 months of full-time work put into it over the last like, so we started it in December of November, December of 2024. But we haven't been able to like work full-time on it all. But because we spent, you know, we built Vertical Third from 2019 to 2022, so 3 years of core development. And well, that's where we got our Epic mega grants from Epic. And so why are these? Did I have that many of these? That's weird. I feel like these changed or transformed. Maybe I did pick up that many. I don't know. It's still doing a lot of damage, that proc. Holy moly. Okay, weapon, staff. Staff of Flare Gun. Does this proc. Which does this stat change. I guess we'll just do 1 and 1. It's fire, subtract. But yeah, so we have our past like dev history has kind of like when we were building Vertical Third, we were building it to do MMO stuff in mind. So we've kind of built a lot of our game architectural stuff ahead of all this. I swear something's changing on me, but I don't know. It's crazy it's hitting so hard. I'm a level 14 technically, so I get 12 extra damage. I do need to take a crit off it. That's one thing I need to do. Ignore critical hit. Ignore power. I might do that to be a bit more controlled with how that stuff works. But yeah, we did 3 playtests last year, and so it was the first playtest was kind of just being functional and whatever, and then okay, now it's hitting for 2. All right, I can definitely more accurately control the damage now. But I think I'm just going to leave. So ignore power. I'll keep that off. Put it as 1 damage for now. And so basically, you're level 14, so that's 14 power there. And then you're getting your staff itself, which is an extra 12 power. So that's 26 power right there. And then I might have other gear. Do rings give power at all? No. That still is weird how it's calculating the damage. Oh, it's because... Okay, that's why. Alright, so because I'm 14 levels and I'm like 13 levels above the target dummy, I'm dealing bonus damage. So what I should be doing is taking the target dummy and making it like level 14. So I'm getting additional damage because of the level difference I have set up in the game. And so that's a bit more normalized. Yeah. Alright, I'm happy with that. Okay, weapon. Yeah, so I think that's good. The only thing I've left to check is the boss, making sure the boss drops it. So I just upped my level. Technically, I just lower the boss's level, but and so I'm basically just implementing a few bosses into the game. What's going on there? And for some reason he doesn't have loot enabled. Oh, he doesn't have his loot table. Um, okay. Oh, I do need to try the fireball. Can I proc it? I think that did proc it, right? Alright, there's the loot. And there's the staff. And then it didn't drop that time. So, goody, goody, good. Alrighty, I think that's good. Saving here. No issues there. Now we can just drop them in game. Save all database levels. Level. Alright, so the fire elementals are all over here. So let's make, just like before, so I think these guys are what? These are bandits. Golem, 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 golem. Yeah, I will make this guy. No phone T. I'll be right back. Alrighty, back. And so now just standard setup of 10 things. Gonna make this easier in the future, but flare gone, flare gone, actor spawn, there he is, and then 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Alrighty. Oops. And then we're going to put him a couple places. So that's his one spot there. Oh, I do want to make him slightly bigger. So in his actor spawn, which is right in front of my face. This is a pretty big character already, so I only have to do it like 1.25, 1.25, 1.25. Actually, that might affect something, so I'm going to actually not do that. I might have to redo some of the AoE effects. I don't think I want to do that, so let's just put him there. I will also have a chance for him to spawn here. And then we will add him as a patrol. Starting from here. Patrol path with reverse and that's not right. Gonna go right through the middle of everything. And then that's pretty good. Could probably do like this maybe. I kind of want him just going through the middle. And then that's fine because if it gets that close, think about groups and stuff. He's probably going to, if the group's up here, they're probably going to aggro him anyways. So, okay, Flargon has now been implemented. Alright, so I have a fire elemental, I have an orc boss, I have a spider boss. What else we want to do here? I could do the other elementals as well. So I have a fire, I have a mage item, a mage weapon, a warrior weapon, and a rogue weapon so far. Let's get a cleric. Maybe a cleric thing. I kind of buff clerics a lot with their healing. Sorry. A drink. I could make the one so every game has their little like first little boss encounter that kind of roams around here. So maybe I make some sort of jokey boar boss, like a level 5 boar boss. Um, yeah, let's do that. And then that boar boss, what did he drop? Oh, that's something random I need to do. Let me check. If I go to levels, I don't think it really is going to change anything, but I think I'm just going to go ahead and make um, yeah, so flare gun's on. Take it off, and it properly takes off the proc. I'm just making sure it actually is off. Okay, cool. Oh, that's the other thing I need to do. On the proc of flare gun, I don't think I set appearance here, right? Okay. NS fire impact, or what is red? There we go. Let's just do that. Just waiting for the visual effect to queue off. Boom. Okay. Good enough. Oh, let's do that one. Let's see how that one looks. Yeah, like that. Alrighty. That's good. Yeah, so I think I want. So right now we have a raid boss already implemented. But let's try and think of a sort of boss that maybe is the end boss of the event. And so I'm just going to go ahead and use I use this guy a lot in past projects. It's kind of fun to use. We're going to pull up the king here. Okay, AI king actor spawn. And he's going to probably be like a level. We'll make him, the raid boss is level 20. So we'll make him a, where the heck is my thing? A level 15 boss. And let's see what he's got. So he's just got an attack right now. Are these even set up? Attack montage 2. Jump attack. Alright, so this was like an old project thing. I think it's still usable, but let's just take all of its attacks and see what they are. There, there, and there. And then let's just close these to the right. And then pull him up. So he is a parent of, or child of, the wrong thing, I think. This is the old parent. So I need to reparent him to whatever the like a goblin is. So I need to reparent him to MMO AI. So king, reparent, MMO AI, reparent, save. All right. Make sure he's got loot on. He does. It's the wrong loot. Is that really what MMO AI is set to on loot? Okay. Because it doesn't really matter. Because I should always manually set that stuff. But did I set the king? I did set the king. Okay, he's a little bit small. Why is he so tiny? Do I have override size on? Or is he really just that tiny? Why is he so tiny? That's so strange. Like his model can't be like that. Why is it shrunk? Ah, there we go. Mesh, okay. Alright, that's about normal. And then we do want to make him bigger now, but we can do that to the spawner. Let's see how big 2 times as big is. Is that like massive? It's pretty massive, but I do think that look pretty badass at the bottom of the area. We'll leave that like that. And then we're going to need to change this hitbox. Alright, I need a name. What should I do? We'll combine a few of the people that played a bunch. Go down to Tearyn. So we have Jaggin. It's played a bunch. And then Scabby Bob and Tathon. Let me do a mashup of this. So we have Tathon, Scabby Bob, and what was this guy's name again? Why can't I? Oh yeah, I think that was that guy. Jaggin Rat. So we'll do Jaggin Tay. No, I gotta mix it up a little bit more. Jaggin Tay. Skadgen Tay. That's kind of cool. Skadgen Tay. I like that. Skadgen Tay. All right. And I'll just do a quick save all. And then I haven't submitted in a while, so I'm going to do a quick submit. I'll just keep assets checked out. Bosses and loot. All right. Let me just check this guy's actions. They probably don't have anything set to them, so he won't deal damage. But that swing. Checking my range on stuff here. Jump attack. Okay. All right. So I already have a big sort of. I don't really want a tons of ads fight. I don't think. Well, technically, I should always have a little bit of ads, but all right. Did I set his proper action kit? Kit. Yeah, king. Okay. Let's got all these things. So what's this guy? This one is just a big slam. So this is pretty straightforward. I'm going to do a big sort of bursting blast. And so the tank wants to make sure he's positioning it away from the group. So we'll start with that. And we'll just make it a, we'll do just an AoE. Stand change index, I want it to be the front hitbox. We'll do about, I think, 4. Let's just do 5. Let's just plan this out with 500. And then AoE. Standard. Okay. And then let's look at the attack. So this is going to be 130. So a delay of 130. I'm going to have telegraphs on. Make sure telegraphs are on up here. Chain. We're not going to do any chain, I don't think. Not channeled. Telegraphs. Cooldowns. We'll start with 6 seconds. Targeting. It's fine. Range. 600. I'm turning that off for now. It's not a passive. It's not anything to do with this stuff. And so I guess I will do a 1.3 second cast. And I won't do this. Nothing to do with resource. Default. Put this back up here. Can clear that. And then these are all fine. We standard. Okay. Copy all these. Alright, I didn't do targeting direction. Yep. Location, action owner start. And this is going to be probably like 500 units in front of me. Rotation, action owner start. AoE, standard, yada yada yada. Alright, just copy this. And then this will set a delay of like 0.5 maybe. And 0.5. This one's going to be like 1500, and then the other one 1000. What? It's not his attack that I haven't set up. Oh. This is the right one, right? Okay. Did I select the wrong attack, maybe? What is going on? Why did he do the other attack? Why is he still doing something else? Kit AI. There we go. Get rid of that. And then I think I got the wrong telegraph on these. Just not square, circle, tele. Okay. Oh, and then the telegraph. I think I had weird. Just do that for a second. Okay, I have the wrong. A couple things wrong set. So targeting direction enemy. Location action owner cast start. Action owner cast start. Direction. Why is that being so weird? Appearance is definitely wrong. AoE. I guess just do AoE orange from now. Okay. Why is this targeting so weird? Direction. Location starting from the action owner cast start. Rotation is action owner cast start. Why is it taking so long to compile the most basic? Okay, what? I mean, that looks kind of cool. I'm not gonna lie. But they're spawning wildly different locations. And then move speed. Um, hmm. All right. I need to check on something in my oven real quick. Hold on. All right. I'm back. I've been watching the players really today, but it's like super slow for whatever reason. Um, am I just doing the wrong thing? Um, I guess I am doing the wrong thing. Like a dork. And then and he's kind of big, so I have to do like offset this a little. All right, too low. And then the first one's too far out. So do like 250, and then 1250, and then 2250. And then I do want the um, why is the effect so far off? Oh, 150 here. Why is that effect so weirdly off? Each effect is coming off. So once again, I need to get debug on. Alright, so it's going properly, except the telegraph does not. So the oh, I see. I know what's going on. And not change the telegraph style. Yeah, centered. That's what it is. Um, Alright, and so now I do want to go forward more. I want to be 500, 1500, and 2500. Cool. Alright, I can put my level back down to something reasonable. Players. Characters. Okay. Nameplate. Reset that to sit there. Do it a little bit higher. Move speed. Bump that up. The range of this attack be much larger. Be like 1500. See, like 2500. I'm doing that because it's going to be a random. It's going to be like a debuff ability where it just like targets someone randomly. Okay. And then let's look at the effect again. Let's see if I can modify that a little bit. Early orange, we're going to duplicate this as Skagente. Alright, so I'm going to um, basically just have everything get moved to the start. And then I also need to make sure everything is local. I can't stand effects that are not local space. The other thing I want to do real quick is, so let's, just so I don't forget this. In classes, get the fireball. And this swoosh, for some reason, was like not set to have proper attenuation. Yeah. So I'll have to like go through a lot of, okay, I'll do that a little bit later, but I have to go through a lot of our effects and add that in. But back to the boss here. Um, cool. Now, hopefully I can make those effects bigger. Sometimes they don't scale well. So I think I need to double their size. Maybe that went bigger? I don't know. I think that went bigger. I can lower them slightly more, 175. And then let's try 3. And location. Alright, because I can't really increase the effect size too much, I'm going to just do, and I don't want to get into like messing with effects really, so I'd rather have the hitbox size like maybe 300. Let's look at that. And I just might spawn more of them. Hello? How you doing? Yeah, I'm coming. Hold on. Just testing that last little thing. I'll BRB, people. Add something. Application capture. This will be stream together. All right, talk.
Okay.
All right. I'm gonna set this up for you as well. That should be good. Shrink this down. I don't know what this.
I just don't see my chat window. That'd be nice to see my chat window.
Shrink that down. You shouldn't. They should be merged from the first one. So shrink that down.
This one?
That whole window. Yeah, the whole window. You don't need to have there. And then it
Okay, where do
should
we
come up
shrink?
in that other one. Like. Oh, maybe we have to click merge chats. Do we have to click merge chats?
Probably.
Shared chat.
Where's that?
I clicked it. Start sharing chat. There we go. Test. There we go. So
Okay.
top left.
I'm looking for. There. Okay. Right. So did you update my section to update it all?
Yeah, I already updated your computer.
So I just have to. You want me to just open the project?
Yeah. If that's the project, that's the old game, I think.
I don't know if you put me in the new one.
So you gotta your folder was over there. So, um, here, yeah, in the Ruins Tearyn thing, the little plant
Go
pot,
for it.
and then that um, blue one. All right, I'm gonna mute myself while I eat.
You're chomping.
Are you doing what's up?
I didn't do
Oh,
anything.
I am back.
Okay. I'm just looking for my little iPhone list that I'm looking for right
All right, back on to the boss here.
now. There we go. That's the chat window. And okay.
All right, I'm gonna make probably a few more of these.
And you wanted an enemy
Hmm.
When I'm moving my the groups and stuff, like the actual minions, you want it on the enemy side or no?
Yeah. So go back to the main world, the 001. That's where
Oh,
enemy.
I'm just
I'm just
opening it.
opening it.
Okay.
I'm opening
Opening
it.
it.
So the environment world won't have the enemies. You'll have to go to the 001 if you want to do that.
So just go here.
Yeah.
Go here.
Then I need
Then I
to
need to
pick up my little thing too. Just waiting for it to load.
All right. So I need to have this not be so far. Targeting.
I'm looking for my
my
shortcut, my little tool set.
Yeah, that's the drop down menu. Yep. Scriptable tools. And then do the hide and unhide if you remember.
I'm waiting for it to load up for me. I can't remember if I
I can't
had them
remember if
up
I had them up
this way last
way
time.
last time.
This what? What?
I wonder if I had them up
I
here
had them up
last
here
time.
last
Just my windows look different.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Now we're gonna do. Let's do like 3 more of those. Okay. Location 2000. Oh, I did want to make it a little bit snappier as well. So this one is a 0 delay. Do .25. Cool. All right. And now I'm going to, what am I going to do? I need to fix his blend space for one. This needs to be 600. And this 400. So what are your main thoughts that you want to try and work
Okay.
on?
Okay.
So
So
my
my
main
main
thoughts
thoughts
are
are
one,
one,
I
I
don't
don't
want
want
to
to
listen
listen
to
to
this.
this.
Okay.
Okay.
So
Hmm.
I'm trying to think
So I'm trying
about
to
what I
think
want to
about
do
what I want to do
here.
here. Um,
General.
General.
Um,
Um,
I want to try to
I
make
want to
that
try to
one
make that
area.
one area. Uh,
I wanted to
I
find
wanted to
some more
find some
areas
more
over here
areas over here
for actual
for actual
leveling
leveling
Okay.
because
because
there's
there's
not
not
enough
enough
that
that
are
are
based
based
on
on
like the
like the
levels.
level
I know that one
or
part
one.
right before the bridge is kind of like bland. It's like we only have like weird like low level animals there, and so like there's room for some
Well,
sort of.
Everything's the same level. You kind of don't realize that, but everything is. Like you kind of want this as just small area, and like it needs to be a little more than that, you know.
Hmm. I'm just saying like
For
it's a good spot for like mixing something up there or modifying that area.
up here would be a good spot for more stuff. No one can really fight here.
Hmm?
It's all like the same from
So
over
that
here.
that part that middle part is where the fire elementals are, and then there's that's
I know. So are them
yeah.
here. But I'm just saying that I need more like things here.
Then you can also um, do whatever you want above the undead cave too. We can make that entire roof playable somehow. What am I doing? Oh, that's what I was doing. Movement. I think I just need to do like 150 here. Oh, I think I need to stop